Hello, 500 years we've been waiting for this, actually. Blockchain solutions company Ripple has unveiled its intentions to launch a stablecoin pegged to the US dollar, aiming to boost liquidity on the XRP ledger. You don't understand. That one paragraph, sentence, is one of the most loaded things on this planet. Ripple as a company, I'm not sure how they did it. They've done extremely well for themselves. Important part out of all of this, because for those of you who were not here a number of years ago, when Bookface was trying to make their own stablecoin, and then they ended up calling it Libra and had all these other names for it. The reason why it was mainly shut down, not only mimicking the US dollar, also they would have become the de facto largest bank on the planet overnight. Their stablecoin, the coin that they were launching, was backed by foreign currencies. And can you guess who didn't like that? Yeah, it was the United States. They were completely over it about a good 17 hours later. I think the news, if I remember correctly, I think it was backed by euros, the yen, some other like government bonds that were not the U.S. I think some Swiss-based securities, and the U.S. was like, no, we can't have any of that. So this is why when they announced this thing, they had to announce U.S. dollar deposits, things from the U.S. government, securities from the U.S., and cash reserves, and we can also assume also in U.S. dollars. It has to explicitly be, we will be using the U.S. dollar and not try to circumvent it in any sort of way. Additionally, the firm highlighted that these financial underpinnings will undergo frequent reviews by an external accounting entity. That is a nod, I guess, to Tether, because people continuously lose their minds whenever there's a stable coin. And I don't even think it's the people, per se. I think it's larger entities who also are trying to launch their own stable coins in an effort to try and discredit other coins that are out there. They said, and I do quote, "This is a natural step for Ripple to continue bridging the gap between traditional finance and crypto." This was said by Mr. Garlinghouse. "Institutions entering this space are finding success by partnering with compliant, crypto-native players, and Ripple's track record and resiliency speaks for itself as we launch new products and acquire companies through multiple market cycles." End quote, for those of you who've been missing it. Ripple has been doing extremely well. Like, not like kind of good, like, oh, wow, like, you know, like you feel bad for them, though. Like, they're doing incredibly well with their acquisitions and their partnerships. And usually one does not create a stable coin unless they know that they have outside sources who are also going to be using this as well. This is going to be one of the, if you want to talk about XRP getting back to $1 quite swiftly, this is going to be one of the main catalysts, especially moving forward, as people will be talking about more consistently now exactly how much money is XRP is being burned per transaction and all, you know. You see what's going on. Yeah, no, this was nuts. I was actually a little taken back at how many like places I found this. Every website I went to, everyone was talking about it. Everyone was talking the implications for it and where this was going to go. This is going to be huge, and they played it kind of correctly because they're doing it now as opposed to in a couple of years. They need to do this now because as long as Bitcoin is a thing, the stablecoin market will probably exist in some form or capacity as well as people are trading. And especially as we're seeing a lot of other trading happening with stable coins as well. I don't see it. Where is it? Oh boy, it's in one of these articles. Basically, they're planning on, from what I've read, they're planning on having it on the XRP blockchain and also putting it on top of Ethereum as well for an extra level of liquidity. And I assume we will also be hearing in the future that they're also planning on putting this on top of other chains as well. It's one of the easiest ways to There we go. It will initially be available on XRP and Ethereum with plans for expansion to additional networks and DeFi protocols in the future. It's kind of the same exact way that Tether and Circle and all the other ones are doing it. I mean, it's only like really like 3 of them we can talk about are currently doing it. You put it on top of other chains to make sure that there's extra additional usage. People may not necessarily want to move from a chain that they're using all the time when they're building stuff like that. So you put it on every single chain, and you continue to also mint there. It also increases the decentralization, if you will, air quotes, of the actual stablecoin in question. Cannot be understated how popular this was. I did not see a date anywhere. I do not know when this is going to launch, but boy howdy, this is going to be absolutely great for XRP and their entire ecosystem. And I can only assume, last point, they probably were having some discussions with a number of lawyers to see that if this can actually even go through. But it appears that the SEC's power, if any, at this point is constantly waning. So, yeah, this was what, I mean, this blew all the other news out of the water, especially anything Bitcoin. That's the Ripple XRP Brad Garlinghouse stablecoin news. Yeah.
That is what I think of as the freeze account. I think that's what that means. Well, that's what it meant to me at the time.
The data center outage?
I was aware there had been problems with uptime of the data center, yes.
And the outage caused by Fujitsu operator error last week, which
I'm not really sure I was aware of that one.
We then looked at a series of requests that Mr. Young made. If we go down to the numbers, thank you. Based on advice from Group Legal Counsel, Mike feels he wants some assurance that the P&L for the account is sustainable over the short and long term, so they can see we can invest and provide the resources necessary to get the problems fixed. This will look like some form of an open book arrangement. Do you remember that request being made?
Not directly as in here, but context-wise, as I said earlier, we were aware that it was important for us to either move forwards or roll back because of the trade affecting issues. I was aware from the briefings I'd had that contractually we had limited options to push them to move forwards or back. And the list that we have here, I think, is our sort of considered view as to what levers might we be able to pull in order for Fujitsu to move at the speed that we were hoping that they would move, either forwards or back. But beyond that, no.
What does an open book arrangement mean to you?
Well, what it actually means is that they share their financial position in relation to the contract so that we can see whether it's making a profit or a loss. The concern that was, I think, at the time was that we were moving from the old contracts to a new one. And part of the rationale for moving to Horizon Online, as well as the benefits of cloud and the benefits of simpler systems, was that we would have less complex estate to manage and therefore there would be a lower cost. And what we were concerned about was, have we actually extracted too much cost reduction from Horizon, from Fujitsu for the new Horizon version? And they can no longer make money, so therefore they're not going to put the effort in to put it right. That was the thread.
Number 2 says he wants an independent review of the processes, tools and resource on the programme to assure themselves we are genuinely up to it. Do you remember that as a request?
Not specifically worded like that, but I do recall a conversation that was saying, are we sure they have enough resource to deliver this in the timescales that we need?
You're requesting an independent review.
It's strong, yes.
It's strong.
Yes. I don't think anybody would have expected them to agree to that. We wouldn't have done in reverse, but this is us looking at ways to negotiate to get product to where it needed to be as quickly as possible.
Were you aware of the plan to ask for an independent review?
I'm not certain. I probably would have been, but I'm not certain.
As you say, it's a very significant issue.
Yes.
This reports that it was a call with Mike Young following a discussion at group level, which includes you. You say you may have happened, you're not certain. How confident or unconfident are you that you would have been aware?
Well, unfortunately, it was 14 years ago and I just can't remember the meeting. I think it sounds like I would have known about it and should have known about it, so it's likely that I would have known, but I'm not certain.
Before going to 3, I want to come back to something you said. What did you think was the likelihood of Fujitsu agreeing to an independent review?
I don't think we thought it was likely at all. I think what we thought it would do was focus their minds to complete the fix that was needed from the freeze accounts to enable us to then continue the rollout.
On what basis did you think that it was unlikely that they would agree?
Well, I was just looking at it in reverse, and I think we had no contractual right to insist on it. If they believed that they were going to deliver the programme, then why would they want anybody else to look at it? Was kind of the thinking I got. And if the boot had been on the other foot, I don't think we as an organisation, as in Royal Mail Group or Post Office Limited, would have accepted a third party reviewing our programme of activity either.
So if you look at all 3, where it says, my view is it will be difficult based upon where we are now for us to resist 1 and 2 being the independent review, there is some risk in those areas. That was against what your assessment of the situation was.
That was their internal view. We never saw that. It wasn't what we were thinking.
3, it says he wants Dave Smith to have some dialogue with Richard C. That's presumably Richard Christie.
I would assume so, yes. I don't know, but I would assume so.
So they can test the Japanese board commitment to the account and programme. Conference call or VC would work. Do you remember that being requested?
I remember that, and I also remember attempts to set up that call, and certainly a call did take place at some point, but when it was, I can't remember exactly.
Do you remember what was said on that call?
Only that we were concerned about the elements and we're pleased to see that they've moved forward and progressed them. I think because the call would have taken place some time after the program had started to roll out again.
If you could please go to FUJ 30095658. So it's a letter of the same day, 10th of May 2010. This is from Mike Young to Duncan Tate. You don't need to go through all of the letter, it covers very similar ground, but if we could go to the bottom of that page, please. On the second sentence, it says, we would very much like to see the executive correspondence within Fujitsu relating to the recent red alert. This, we feel, would give us an understanding of how the executive management within Fujitsu are aware and responding to some of the problems we are seeing in rollout. In your experience, is that request for executive correspondence a standard one?
I'm not sure it's a standard one. I certainly have used similar tactics to get suppliers to move in the directions we wanted to in other organisations, but it's not standard now.
Why did Post Office want to see that, or did you expect to be able to see that correspondence?
No, I mean, again, it goes back to we were looking for levers to ensure that they were moving forward with the programme, because we either needed to revert back or to the old legacy system or move forwards. We couldn't stay where we were.
And at this stage, had the relationship with Fujitsu and Post Office, had that changed since when you first joined?
I don't believe so. Not at a macro strategic level. I don't think it had.
We're going to come back to that theme, but I want to stay chronologically for the time being. Unless it may be a good time to break looking at the time.
Yeah, fine, Mr. Stevens. When should we resume?
Should we say 25 past, sir?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Shareholder executive as sort of preparation and briefing notes for the minister coming in. I'm not certain exactly of when and how those meetings would have taken place, but there would have been a number of conversations either from myself or my team with Biz to help prepare the response to the minister. So yes, I suppose it's the answer.
Were you happy with that approach?
As it's today, yes. Based on what we knew at the time, yes.
Please can we bring up RMG 50139? This is a report that you gave to the Royal Mail Holding Board. It says May 2010, but over at the end you don't need to go there. We'll see dated June 2010. Can we look at the bottom of the first page, please? 3 refers to a meeting with Edward Daly MP. And if you could just read that paragraph to yourself. Do you recall if you discussed the Horizon IT system at this meeting?
I can't recall the specifics of the meeting in great detail, to be fair. When the minute's there, probably give you the summary of the key things that we discussed. I think it's possible that we could have discussed it, but I can't be sure.
Before the break, we discussed that Post Office was seeking an independent review of Horizon Online. Did you tell him about that position?
No, I think what we were talking about, if we were talking at all, would have been that by the time we're talking here, we're in early June, I think, that the rollout had now recommenced and that we were on track to complete it sometime in the autumn, probably September, October time. So the events of the previous couple of months ago had resolved themselves. So I don't think we would have spent time talking about that particular issue.
Well, let's look at that. Can we go to FUJ 3096312, please? You can go right to the bottom of the first page, please. It's an email Duncan Tate to Mike Young on the 29th of June 2010. So after your meeting that day, we carry on please into the body of the email. The first paragraph says, since your letter, referring back to the letter of the 10th of May from Mike Young, which we looked at before the break, in which the request for an independent review was referred to. So I'm extremely pleased with the progress that's been made. We have located the source of the troubles and taken steps to rectify the issues. We have now replaced the pilot. Currently, counters running on Age and GX stand at just under 20% of the estate. We are now rolling out at about the maximum levels originally envisaged, with no further sign of problems that initiated our discussions. Tuning will continue, and we expect to emerge from pilot with high levels of confidence for the remainder of the deployment. I go on to refer to the deficiencies in the product code. And if we turn to Mike Young's email at the top, please, page 1. This is on the 30th of June, so the day after. And it says, on the issue of having qualified independent party audits to evaluate Fujitsu program execution, along with staffing level and skill base, I have been briefed that you had spoken to several instances to pursue this endeavour. Indeed, I was told you were close to agreeing terms with one of these. Additionally, I recall I asked whether there was a possibility of postponing the terms of reference again. This was something that we were going to strongly consider. As it stands now, I feel I've been led down a journey on a number of months, just so that you can now say no. This does not reflect well on our relationship and will not be well received in the next review. As a matter of course, we're keeping both the post office executive and the group executive aware of the progress I was told we're making in these areas. So is it fair to say, following your meeting with Davey on the 30th of June, Post Office was still seeking to pursue an independent review of Horizon Online?
I'm not certain, to be honest. I can't recall the details here. I do know that we were at this point somewhere around 2,000 sites rolled out from sort of 600 back in April, and that the plan was on track to complete the rollout in the autumn. So from that perspective, the imperative of meeting and enforcing the review had diminished somewhat, but I can't recall the detail.
Well, the email from Duncan Tate says, at this crucial phase of the programme, we can see no benefit and will not be pursuing a third party review. That's quite stark, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you can't recall what you thought you made of that.
Well, I can't recall the detail of this specific email exchange, but I can recall that at that point in time we were rolling forwards again at pace, and that had that to continue, which it did, then we would have been content to have completed the rollout.
I take it you don't recall anything further what happened after this email?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. I mean, this would be more in Mike Young's space, because he was managing the day-to-day relationship here.
Well, looking at this now, how did this affect, or did it have any effect on the relationship between Fujitsu and Post Office Limited?
I don't think at the time I was viewing it particularly different from where I was in April. What I had seen was a conversation high up into Fujitsu himself, following which there was action. The program did start rolling out again and actually completed later in the autumn. So at that level, the relationship was okay.
Can we go to POL 404669? Thank you. This is a letter that's addressed to you from Pamela Stokes on the 5th of June 2010. think in your witness statement you say you don't recall having received this letter.
That's correct.
It says that I'm writing as a sub-post mistress who's worked for the post office for some 23 years. He has been in charge of this office for 11 years, since my husband's death. During this time, I've had very few problems with the work involved in running the office. However, all that changed when I moved from my old building into a porter cabin for the duration of the demolition and rebuild of the new shop and office. Almost from the day that my Horizon system was relocated into the porter cabin, my office balances were short by thousands of pounds in each trading period. The frantically shortage of helpline, particularly after Christmas 2009 trading peak, when the office was short by some £9,000, even though I'd only been open for 2.5 weeks. No help or advice was forthcoming, so I decided on my own that I would print off transaction logs for every week to enable me to make some sense of these losses. Later on in the fourth paragraph, it says I've had an auditor monitor me at work. He checked my cash, did a cash declaration, watched every transaction for a morning's work. At the end, he produced another cash declaration which showed on Horizon at least the office had lost £190. If you could go over the page, please. The final paragraph says, I sincerely hope that you will be able to intervene in this matter, since I am of the opinion that no one will actually look at Horizon in an impartial way unless directed by a person of authority at the top of Post Office Limited. That can come down, thank you. You don't need to go there. You know you're noting your witness statement that this letter was acknowledged on 8th of June 2010 by Simon Smith, who was in the executive correspondence team. You're nodding yes. Sorry. Yes. How was the... can you just describe how the executive correspondence team was made up?
There was a senior lead person who ran a team of, I can't remember the exact number, but say 3 to 5 people, that sort of size. And in keeping with many large organisations, letters that would come in for the senior team, for the chair, for the chief executive MD, would generally be dealt with by that team. They would have the power and responsibility to inquire into different parts of the business to enable them to write an appropriate response. And generally they would judge whether that would need to come across my desk to review and then sign off.
Who was responsible for overseeing that team?
I think at that time, and I apologise that I may have this not right, but I think it was Mike Granville who ran the overall team. And then I think it was Michelle Graves under him who was actually running the day-to-day of the activity.
But presumably if this team was preparing correspondence to be sent out in response to letters to you, they would have had some oversight. Absolutely,
they physically sat about where this team is here, so they went far away, so they always had the opportunity to say, oh, look at this, what do you think about this kind of thing, but in this particular instance I don't recall anything about it, unfortunately.
And you said in the witness statement, we don't need to go there, you say, if appropriate, the answer to a bit of correspondence might appear on your desk to look at.
Yes.
What type of correspondence would they put on your desk?
I would have thought letters from MPs, for example. I remember seeing a letter from David Cameron as an example. I think I've mentioned that in the statement. That type of thing would come across my desk, but generally 80 or 90% I'm guessing probably wouldn't have done.
So was it linked to the perceived importance of the person rather than the importance
No,
of the
it was a judgment of both. A judgment of both.
To what extent did you set parameters or give them guidance on what correspondence should be directed to you?
I don't think I did, because that was already in existence before I joined, and I let it run as it was running.
And do you know what that guidance specifically said, or was it just in accordance with the evidence you've given?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
So is it the case that complaints such as the one we just went to, those wouldn't be passed to you as a matter of course?
Not necessarily, they wouldn't always come to me now.
Please could we look at POL 201068847. And if you could go to page 13 at the bottom, please. So we see the start of an email at the bottom from Mark Dinsdale on the 14th of September 2010. And you clarified evidence this is about the time that you were considering leaving the post office. You're nodding yes.
Yes, sorry.
Over the page, please. So this is quickly, I should say, sorry, it refers to the Barkham post office, which is what we're considering here.
Right.
So this is quickly turning into a bit of a problem. this is a potential fraud where losses occurred when an SBMR moved into a porter cabin but ceased the moment she was suspended and somebody else run the office. Firstly, do you know, was it usual for complaints such as this still to be investigated and not responded to months after they were made?
I can't comment in general terms, but I would have expected at least an initial response to say we are investigating it.
As I said earlier, that was done on the 8th of June.
Yes.
I'm talking about a finished, investigated response.
What? Sorry, repeat the question, I'm not quite sure.
Of course. To what extent was it usual for the executive correspondence team to take several months to come back with a substantive response to a complaint such as the one we saw earlier?
I don't know, it would depend on the nature of the issue and what needed to be done to investigate it, but in this particular case, they're obviously investigating deeply what happened, so I'm not surprised it took a while to respond.
In the fourth paragraph, maybe it was the last paragraph, it says, "This now leaves us in a difficult situation, with the SBMR writing letters to Dave Smith, her MP, and no doubt countless other people. This is high profile. She has also joined the SBMR's fight to question the integrity of Horizon." You're being described as high profile. Do you think this is something that would have come across your desk?
No investigations taken
I
place.
don't know. I would have hoped so, but I don't know they did.
Please can we turn to FUJ 20121097 and page 2, please. Go to the bottom, please. It's an email from Penny Thomas, Fujitsu, to Post Office, members of the Post Office. Do you recall any of those people on send line?
Sue and Mark, I certainly remember being in the business. I'm not exactly sure what their job titles were at the time, but they would have been relatively senior management, I would have thought.
So we've identified that a number of recent ARQ returns contain duplicated transaction records. Would you have known at the time what ARQ data was?
I'm not sure I would have done that.
Do you now know what it is now?
I understand it's a data log, data pool of all the detail of the transactions from the branch account.
And that is the basis on which the data with which that Post Office will pursue prosecutions.
I understand, yes.
So the issue of there being duplicated transaction records within that, would you accept that's a significant problem?
I would.
Is it something you were briefed on?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Why do you think that important information like that wasn't getting to you?
I don't know. I can't say.
Please can we turn to Poll 00417098, please. And page 13, please. This is a document referring to a parliamentary question asked by Peter Patel on the 6th of July 2010 to ask Secretary of State, Department for Business, Innovations and Skills what is the most recent estimate of the cost of postmasters and sub-postmasters of errors in the Horizon operating system, and if you'll make a statement. And that the department asked you to respond to Peter Patel in a letter.
Yes.
What did you think your personal obligation was when writing to MPs such as Peter Patel to respond to questions?
The same as it would have been to anybody else, to respond in a factually accurate way with what I understood to be the position.
Could we look at your letter in response, please? It's poll 401762. Now, if we can go down to try to get as much of the letter as we can, please. We see at the bottom that it says GRO, which is a redaction, but this is a letter that was signed by you, wasn't it?
Yes, I do agree with that.
In your witness statement, we don't need to turn it up, at paragraph 70, you say that I am confident that I would not have written my response without being satisfied at the time with what we were saying and based on the provision of relevant information. How did you satisfy yourself that the information in the letter was accurate?
The letter itself would have been drafted by Mike Granville, and his team would have done the usual internal review processes, so that's the first thing to say. The position with Horizon at the time was that we were back to rolling out the system, so I was comfortable that the system was okay. I had obviously got the legal processes and reports from Sue and team giving me an indication of the status of each of the legal reports. Overall, I was comfortable at that time that the system was robust and couldn't be accessed because of the sort of tamper-proof logs and backdoor system protections and the internal audit team's work and security team's work that was going on in the generality. So that was the backdrop in my mind as to why I was comfortable to stand behind a set of statements like this.
So you didn't make any particular investigations in response?
Not specifically to this, but you'll see later on that obviously I then did look for an internal review.
We'll come to that shortly. You also said you didn't draft the letter, it was put on your desk effectively.
Yes.
Could we look please at you? It's a letter I showed you earlier, and unfortunately you hadn't seen it before, but you had a chance to read it earlier. UKGI 6028 please, and can we look at that side by side please? So if we look at there's a letter to Mr. Newmark MP on the left and the letter to Priti Patel MP on the right. The first paragraph after the question says that the Horizon computerised accounting system operates in around 12,000 post office branches and processes up to 750 transactions a second at peak times. If you just read those letters to yourself, the letter to Priti Patel MP is effectively taken from this earlier one from Alan Cook.
It does look very similar, yes.
Were you aware at the time that people such as Alan Bates were complaining that the response that was coming from Post Office on complaints was like a template, the same response?
No, I wasn't. And obviously I've not, as I said to you earlier, I've not seen this letter before today, but it is clearly quite shocking.
Those can come down, thank you. And I'm going to come to the investigation you referred to. You've already mentioned the shareholder executive. Just for background, would you accept that that was a government body which managed the government shareholder relationship with businesses such as Post Office?
Yes, that's a basic description, yes.
Could we look at poll 20417098, please? If we can go to the email at the bottom, please. It's an email from Oliver Griffiths at Shareholder Executive. Do you recall dealing with him?
Yes, he would have been a regular contact of mine through my time in role. And was generally a liaison point between the Post Office and the Shareholder Executive.
So this was sent on the 21st of July to you. And it says, as we discussed briefly on Monday evening, there has been recent interest from MPs in purported cases where the Horizon system was left sub-postmasters out of pocket. Do you recall that discussion?
Not now, I don't, but I'm sure it took place.
This we have to date said that this is an operational matter for POL, Post Office Limited, and resisted calls to impose a review of Horizon. The email goes on to say, we are in theory happy to continue holding this line. But if we do so, and it turns out that there have been problems with Horizon, then there will be significant political heat. Grateful, therefore, if you can let me know how confident Post Office Limited is that there is nothing behind these claims. Could we then please look at poll 20417000? And please, could we go to the third page? And further down, please. So thank you. We have an email from you, David Y. Smith, 21st of July 2010 at 7:04. So that's after the email from shareholder executive.
Yes.
And you say further to yesterday's complaint around Horizon from Oliver and a parliamentary question to Ed Davey from Priti Patel on the same issue, we have today been notified that Channel 4 will run a news item on the same issue. This may be all the same group of people and may also just be a function of the new rollout. However, Sue Higgins will lead our response via Mary to the specific request, but I want an internal investigation under Mike Moore's lead, please, over the next week on the following. You sent this the day after responding to Priti Patel. Why did you now think you needed an investigation, but you didn't when you responded to Priti Patel?
I was really, in my mind, responding to Oliver asking for essentially a stress test that we were comfortable with what we were saying. What came out of Oliver's piece was a set of conversations inside the business, and I wanted to make sure that we had got documented. Why did we think the system was robust? What did we think the issues were or when? And how were we comfortable that the challenges that were being presented in the Channel 4 programme, particularly, and in the issues flagged again by Oliver, were actually being correctly addressed. So it was really the Oliver email to me that made me think, actually, I probably should look more deeply here than we have done so far.
But why didn't that spring to mind when responding to a Member of Parliament?
Well, because the work that had been done previously, as I'd outlined, gave me comfort that what we were saying in that letter was true. I still believed it was true, but I wanted to be able to give the shareholder executive the same confidence that we had got by pulling out the data that said, look, this is why we believe that our systems are robust.
So you were looking to give confidence to the shareholder executive?
Yes.
The queries you ask, the first is how robust is Horizon? Now, below that, there then appears to be an answer. If we go to the first page, please, of the document, we see there's an email from Mark Burley. You're not included in the list, but it says, I've added some specific comments against the questions from David Smith below, and I would also add the following. So, do I take it that the answers to your questions weren't in your original email?
Absolutely not. No, my email, I know I've seen previously the way in terms of reference for the ISMO report, but my email was essentially in terms of reference, here's the questions that I think we should be answering to give us confidence or to give the shareholder executive confidence in what we're saying. So this set here, you see here, is after that has happened and people are starting to annotate their answers to the emails.
Can we turn to page 5, please? And if we could go down to the bottom. The penultimate paragraph, it says, how do we treat discrepancies? Is there any exceptional circumstance applied where we don't seek recovery of funds, prosecution, etc.? i.e., are we heavy-handed and disproportionate in our response? And then over the page, thank you. At the top it says, how many have we prosecuted? What is our success rate? Why did you seek answers to these questions?
I wanted to understand if the process that we were going through was fair, I suppose. In other words, had we got the right judgment, we got the right evidence, and we were prosecuting correctly. And I was looking for not just an internal measure, but for instance, what was the same situation that was going on in the banking world, where cash would be handled in a similar way. So I was trying to verify and give an external benchmark, if you will, that the rate of prosecutions that were taking place inside the business were not out of line with what you might expect for any environment where there's a lot of cash around.
Well, that's the rate of prosecutions. What about the question, how do we treat discrepancies? Is there any exceptional circumstance applied where we don't seek recovery of funds prosecution, i.e., are we heavy-handed and disproportionate in our response?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to find out the answer to that question because I wanted to ensure that we were acting fairly.
Why, well, if you go actually on the page 7, please, if you just go down to the bottom, thank you. It says, suggests we need input from Lynn, Keith, Woolard, Rod and Leslie as a minimum. Were any of those people in the legal department?
I can't tell you. Leslie was IT. I can't remember Lynn. Rod was obviously Rod Ismay, was in the finance world, and I'm not sure what Keith's role was, so I don't know the answer.
Why weren't you getting this type of, the questions you're asking, why weren't you getting this type of information from your weekly executive team meetings?
In the weekly executive team meeting, we were just looking at the cases that were live at any point in time. So we were not looking at general trends and prosecution rates versus other companies and many of those types of things. So it wasn't visible.
The requests you made here at this stage, would you have discussed this in the executive team meeting?
The genesis of what came out here is really a combination of the request from Oliver, which we've discussed, the board discussions that would have been taking place at the time around the questions from Channel 4, which we were being asked about, and more generally myself trying to get a balance and sense of, well, if I were outside of this organisation, what would I want to know that would give me comfort that we're following due process. So it's a combination of those, and unfortunately in the midst of time I haven't got any way of saying this came from here and this came from here and that came from there, but the genesis of this and ultimately the ISMAY report that comes from it is effectively that set of activity that was taking place in that period of time.
You referred to conversations with the board about the Channel 4 the proposed programme. Can you recall the detail of any of those conversations?
Not specifics. In the generality, as a business, and I'm talking about Royal Mail Group here, any items of PR would have been dealt with by the group's PR function, and I think it was Mary Fagan probably at the time. And so they would have taken the overall control of how that process was to be handled. A set of questions I think did come in from Channel 4 for us to respond to, some of which would have ended up being in the summary of what we just looked at. And I know that at a sort of weekly and monthly sort of cadence, we would have been generally talking about PR issues in the round, because as I'm sure you're well aware, the Post Office and Royal Mail more generally is pretty much in the news all the time, and therefore there's always an eye on what is going on from a PR perspective. So it would have been in that sort of context that we've had conversations.
So was the real trigger for this in your email Channel 4's involvement?
No, I think it was a combination of, in my mind, as I've said in here, in my mind it was, Oliver was the specific trigger. But if we look at what was happening in the round at the time, there are a number of elements that come together that ultimately give us the, albeit brief, in terms of reference that we're using to pull together a summary. And essentially what I'm thinking about in my head at the time is, I'm trying to stress test what people are telling me so that I've got confidence, and so that Shecs have got confidence in our position.
If we could bring back the last document again, please. It's POL 004171100. And if we could turn to page 9, please. An email from Paul to you and Sue Higgins. And below it says it provides a draft of a response to Channel 4.
Yes.
Can you just move down to see the response, please? Reading that, did you approve of the message that was set out in this draft?
I don't know that I physically approved it. Certainly it would have resonated as the house position, the business position at the time as to what we thought about the system. We didn't know what Post Office, what Channel 4's programme was actually going to say, so it was difficult to be more specific than that. But that was generally accepted as the position of the business at the time.
In your statement, you referred to having a conversation about the questions and being taken through.
Yes.
Following that conversation, what were your views on the robustness of the Horizon IT system?
So can you point me at where in my statement?
Of course, yes, sorry.
I just want to be certain before I answer.
If we turn to paragraph 73, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you say my email address to Mike Young, Sue Higgins and Mike Moores. That was the email we're just referring to. And it looks on the email that we met and chatted to work our way through our responses.
Yeah.
due to the passage of time, I cannot say why these particular questions laid out in my email were asked, but they're likely to be a combination of whatever I was asking.
Okay. Yeah, I understand the context of the question. So this is me sitting down with the senior members of the team. Mike Moore has been the CFO, the finance director. Steve was responsible for essentially the operation of Horizon day to day, and Mike Youngie, head of IT. And we were discussing the framing of what we wanted to do in terms of the review. So that's what I meant by that. What we were not doing was discussing all of the detail of each of the individual components of what our position would be. So in other words, we didn't have a long conversation about, for instance, Fujitsu's control systems or those types of things. That came afterwards when the ISMAE report was written.
Well,
this is more about a conversation about how do we set up the review.
Well, let's look at that. That can come down, thank you. The inquiry refers to, and you refer to, the ISMAE report. That's referring to a report made by Roderick Ismay on the 2nd of August 2010 called Horizon Response to Challenges Regarding System Integrity. When do you think you provided, or when would you think Mr. Ismay was instructed to prepare that report?
I can't remember the exact date, but it certainly would have been very soon after that set of emails we just looked at, so within a day or two, I would have thought.
You accept that there were no written terms of reference?
Not specifically, no. They're only the conversations that we would have had and also the email that we just looked at that laid out the questions for the Channel 4 piece.
Why weren't there written terms of reference for such an important report?
I don't know. And obviously, looking later on in my statement, I reflect back that that's a mistake.
Can we look at, please, page 29 of your statement, paragraph 82. You refer to the terms of reference. Oh, sorry, I'm going too fast. You refer to the terms of reference in the first few sentences, and then in the middle, you say, I also believe that I spoke with Rod Ismay to further explain the context of the request for him to carry out a review. I cannot say for definite, but I expect that I asked him to produce an answer for Parliament and to provide a response to the Channel 4 news item. And therefore, I wanted to get something which could quickly but effectively confirm what our position was, and if incorrect. What should that sentence finish there?
No, it looks like a mistake. And if it was incorrect, flag back what we needed to be aware of, I think.
Why did you have a conversation with Mr. Ismay and why wasn't that delegated to one of your the people in your line?
I think the structure at the time was that Mike Moore's. It was Mike I had charged with writing the report, and that between Mike and myself and Mike Young and Sue, we go back to that conversation. We agreed that it would be appropriate for Rod to carry out the actual activity, and Mike, myself, and Mike Young, all at various times, did have conversations with Rod to sort of set the tone of what we wanted and expected to come back, and also to help them review progress. And that was more the two Mikes and myself, but the three of us. It wasn't just one conversation; it was a set of conversations.
So your evidence is that Mr. Ismay was getting instructions from multiple people at multiple times?
So he was getting instructions from me at the start. He was then getting input and guidance on where information might be, how to get it, how to put it together, and what the summary and structure of the report might best be presented like, to present it back in a coherent way.
And what would you have said to him in your instructions?
I would have said that the Biz team have requested that we put together a stress test report, summary report, to review why and how we consider our Horizon system to be robust. And in order to do that, I'd like you to also consider the types of questions that are here from the Channel 4 investigation. I want you to look across the whole organisation. I want you to pull in whatever resources you need to pull this together. I want you to liaise with Mike Moores, Mike Young and Sue to assist you in pulling that together, and then I'd like you to report back. The board wants an honest view. It doesn't want a view that is one-sided. It just wants a view of what you see, what you know, and we need it in a couple of weeks' time as a first view because we are being asked to report back to SHEX. I think that would have been the shape of it.
And why, So that, if that's the instruction you gave, why was Rod Ismay the man for the job?
Rod was highly thought of in the business. He had held a number of senior management positions right across a lot of the organisation. So he ran internal audit for a period of time. He had responsibility for security for a period of time. And at that particular point in time, he was running the back office accounting teams. He was a qualified auditor, having come to us from Ernst & Young. He was highly respected across the business. And as I had charged Mike Moores, he was reporting to Mike. So that was the set of reasons why we chose him.
What about his IT experience?
No, he wasn't an IT expert, but I wasn't asking him to audit the IT system. I was asking him to give me the rationale as to why the business thought that we were confident and comfortable in the assertions that we were making. And I was asking him to talk to the relevant experts across the business. So he had Mike Young and team, for instance, Leslie Saul, to talk to from an IT perspective, just like he had Sue Triton from a legal perspective, just like he had other experts from the business to be involved in. And I think you can see in the sort of summary of the report that comes back, it's an extensive list right across the organisation that input into the report, because no one person could have written it anyway.
So I think you just said that you were looking for the rationale for why the business was confident in its position.
Yeah, that is essentially the exam question that we were being asked by Oliver at Shareholder Exec.
Can we look at Mr. Ismay's statement, please? It's WITN 046300100, page 10, paragraph 39. Mr. Ismay, his written evidence to the inquiry says that after being asked by David Smith to conduct a review in light of the challenges being made about the system, it was a summary of existing conclusions, not a fresh investigation. The conclusions came from internal discussions with recipients of the document or having with their team members that they recommended be consulted, including IT. Do you agree with that?
Broadly, that sounds right, yes.
Can we turn to paragraph 41, please? It says, the report was requested, and I wrote it, in an environment where challenges were made about Horizon, but there was no ready document available which pulled together reasons for assurance. Do you agree with that?
I think that's true as well, yes.
And were you asking Rod Ismay to produce that document?
I was asking him to give me, as I've already discussed, a stress test report on why we believed that we were confident in our assertions that the system was fine.
They're separate things, aren't they? One is finding a report which gives reassurance and drafting a report for why there is reassurance, and stress for investigation into whether something does have integrity.
Yeah, I mean, at the level of doing a full audit review, yes, of course there is. In the timescale that we were talking about here, which is a sort of 1 to 2 week report, I was not expecting him to come back and say he's done a full forensic investigation into Horizon. That wasn't what I was expecting back.
Can we turn, please, to Mr. Ismay's oral evidence to the inquiry? It's INQ 1063. And can we turn, please, to page 26? And if you can focus on the top two, that's perfect, thank you. Line 16 of page 101, Mr. Ismay has asked the question, what were the terms of reference for the writing of the report? He refers to not being given written terms, and at page 25, he says, Dave, I think, was relatively new to post office. Line 25. Dave, I think, was relatively new to post office. I think he was only managing director for about a year. I think he came from somewhere in Royal Mail, and he went back to somewhere in Royal Mail. In the period that he was there, I think that, given the comments that he was hearing allegations, this was a question to me to say, well, you know, what's the counter-argument to this? Was that what you asked him to do, to provide you with a counter-argument to allegations?
No, that's not what I said.
Can we go back, please, to POL 20417-098? So at the bottom was the email from shareholder executive that I took you to earlier. The top email is from Tracy Aberstein. That was your personal assistant.
That's correct, yes.
And you see at the top, it says, from Tracy Aberstein on behalf of David Wise Smith. On the front line beneath Ike Granville. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And how did this email have come about? Would it have been dictated?
I would have thought so. I can't recall exactly, but I would have thought so.
So the response is, the email says, Mike Granville will liaise with you both to prepare a brief for Oliver to give the reassurance required. Is that not what Rod Ismay is saying, that he was asked to provide a brief or a report that set out grounds for reassurance in the Horizon IT system?
I don't think those are words that he used. We may be splitting hairs there. As I said, the genesis of the report was a combination of what is here and what was in the Channel 4 email that was gone through earlier. And I was asking for essentially a summary position on our thoughts around those areas, which we can then use to respond back to Oliver for sure, but that wasn't the only purpose of the report.
Could we please go to POL 2010687, 20106-867. And could we start, please? I think it's page 5. I should just go down slightly, please. I might be the next page, I do apologise. No, my error, page 3. I'm terribly sorry. Go down, please. Remember this email from Andy Hayward, which we looked at the start of your evidence. So that's on the 26th of February 2010. And you remember it said, number 3, conduct full investigations into integrity issues. Could we look at page 9 of this document, please? And this is from Sue Lowther, 8th of March, so it follows that email later in the chronology. It says, as was discussed on the conference call and taking into account Rob's comments, to confirm that what we are looking at is a general due diligence exercise on the integrity of Horizon to confirm our belief in the robustness of the system and thus rebut any challenges. This is, do you accept that this is effectively asking for a document or an investigation that would, rather than investigate integrity issues, would look to confirm the belief and provide assurance for Post Office's position in the robustness of the system?
Yeah, as I said before, I wasn't here when this came, but on the face of what I see here, yes.
And do you think that's consistent with what Rod Ismay says he was asked to do?
It does look like it, yes.
That can come down, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling a bit with parts of this evidence, so can I just recap a moment? Could we go back, please, to Mr. Ismay's statement and the paragraphs you took Mr. Smith to, paragraphs 39 and 41, on page 10 and 11?
Yes, of course. It's WITN 04630100. Thank you. It's page 10.
Yeah. It's paragraph 39, is it not? So
yes, paragraph 39, sir, page 10.
Yeah.
I know, sorry, we're on the wrong witness statement.
Yeah.
It may have been the wrong reference, sorry. The reference is 04630100. And page 10, please.
So in paragraph 39, Mr. Smith, you see that it contains the sentence essentially in the middle of the paragraph. It was a summary of the existing conclusions, not a fresh investigation. Yeah?
Yes, I see that.
And then if we go to 41, it ends, there was no ready document available which pulled together reasons for assurance. And my note, and this is what I want to check with you, is that you essentially agreed with Mr. Ismay's descriptions of what the report was to be, as set out in paragraph 39 and 41.
So yes, that's correct.
Fine. Then can we please look at your witness statement? And this is sorry, let me get the...
it's WITN 05460100.
Yeah. And I want you to go, please, to page 30, paragraph 87. And then over the page to page 31. And reading that paragraph, as I will now, I have read Roddy's base statement dated the 13th of January, and note that he says that he was asked to summarize existing conclusions. And then you say this is simply not my recollection, and I do not believe that this is inferred by the email correspondence, and then I interpose, which we've looked at.
Yeah.
Which is it, Mr. Smith?
Well, what I mean by that is that the questions that I laid out for him, or for Sue, Mike and Mike, which were the Channel 4 questions, I didn't think that they had been visited and written down and laid out anywhere previously. And so that's why I mean that it wasn't just putting together what we'd already done. I was asking for the specific answers to these questions.
Well,
and so that's why we may be, semantics of words here, but my view of what happened was, here's a set of questions, and here's also what we are getting from Sheds. I would like you to report back to me, talking to all of the relevant people in the business, to give me a summarised position of the answers to those questions. What I didn't say was go and do a fresh investigation, go and do a detailed investigation, or anything at all as to how he should carry out that investigation. I didn't give him that instruction.
But what I draw from that, and this is what I want to be sure that I'm entitled to draw from that you did intend that he should effectively draw together conclusions which had already been arrived at. It was not an exercise in testing those conclusions.
That is correct. It was not. I did not intend us to go and do a full forensic investigation, for example.
So it's, if you like, so that I'm absolutely clear about this, there were a number of reasons already held in senior levels of the post office as to why Horizon was robust. And what you were asking him to do, in effect, was to reduce those into writing in one document so that everybody knew what they were.
Largely, yes. Yes.
Right. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
So we mentioned a short break before lunch.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a good time to take that.
All right. Let's have a few minutes at least.
Yes. Ability of Horizon, as the report was clear-cut in its position. There was nothing in it which suggested we should investigate Fujitsu or Horizon further. That can come down. Who was we when you say that?
I'm talking here about a combination of the post office senior management team. So this would have been Paula and would have been
Is it Paula Reynolds?
Paula Reynolds, Mike Young, Mike Moores. It would have also been a set of conversations with the Royal Mail group, so the chair and chief exec and I would expect would have had a conversation about it. So there are a set of conversations rather than a set piece meeting to draw a conclusion.
Well, your evidence earlier was that you hadn't asked Ross Ismay to do a forensic investigation into the Horizon IT system. And well, we beat your evidence, but the evidence you just gave, this wasn't going to be a report that did a deep dive into whether or not Horizon was reliable.
Yeah.
So how on earth could you take comfort from that report that a further investigation by an IT expert or forensic accountant wasn't required?
Well, at the time, the fundamental piece was that we believed that the system was tamper-proof. So the Fujitsu position that was laid out quite clear. We had not seen in any of the sort of recent cases any issues that would suggest a problem. And in fact, a few weeks later, as we now know wrongly, but at the time we saw the Sima Mistra case as a test of the Horizon system, and it had come through that. And so those were the fundamental reasons.
Could we bring up the ISMA report, please? The reference is POL 0010129. Sorry, POL 001071129. Apologies, I said the wrong reference. If you could go to page 10, please. For C, it says independent review and audit angles. Post Office Limited has actively considered the merits of an independent review. This has been purely from the perspective that we believe in Horizon, but that the review could help give others the same confidence we have. And then the penultimate paragraph says, it is also important to be crystal clear about any review if one were commissioned. Any investigation would need to be disclosed in court, although we would be doing the review to comfort others. Any perception that Poll doubts its own systems would mean that all criminal prosecutions would have to be stayed. It would also beg a question for the Court of Appeal over past prosecutions and imprisonment. Was this the reason why you chose not to do that independent review?
No, it wasn't.
Why do you say that?
I've given you the reasons why. The fundamentals where we believe that the system was sound, that it couldn't be tampered with, and that was tested a few weeks later in the Misra case as the latest example of a series of those tests on the system. So those were the reasons that we made. It wasn't this particular point.
Did that, the reason given there of the issue of disclosure, did that have any effect in your mind on whether or not?
No.
The document can come down, thank you. You say that the Misra case was seen as a test case. What, if any, steps did you take to oversee the conduct of that case by Post Office Limited?
Well, you may recall that the case started some time before I joined and was well in hand before I joined the business. So my own conduct in the case was limited. I was aware of it through its sort of April to September timeframe. The relative importance of it obviously became clearer to me. So I became a little closer to understanding what the case headlines were, but I didn't review the case in detail. Didn't have any conduct over the case, and was really looking at it from the perspective of I'm keen to see what the results are rather than having any conduct of the case.
Can we look at POL 201697170? And the email at the very bottom is sent from John L. Singh. I don't need to read it out. It's an email that's been made out in inquiry several times before. And it states what the result of the Misra trial was, and that you've been convicted. And your response is on the 21st of October 2010, Rod, brilliant news, well done. Please pass on my thanks to the team. Why was it brilliant news?
This is, well, first of all, I'd just like to place on record an apology to Sima Misra and family because of the way this has been perceived and portrayed subsequently. And looking at it through their eyes rather than through mine, you can see that it may have caused substantial upset, and I really do apologise for that. At the time, what I'm doing here is what I would do generally with lots of things in business. I'm saying to the team, thank you for all your hard work. It's terrific that you've got the result that you've got, and I'm really happy that we progressed. It's nothing more or less than that. And in the context of probably receiving 200 to 300 emails a day, which would have been typical at that time, I would literally have gone, brilliant news, well done, thanks very much, send. And that would have been it. In the benefit of hindsight and looking through the 2024 lens, not the 2010 lens, at best, from CMA's perspective, you can see this is really poorly thought through. And I do apologise again for that.
You referred earlier to being a test case, and did you place any reliance in the fact that Ms. Miserable was convicted in how to deal with the question of whether there should be an independent review in future?
I can't be sure, to be honest, because it's way back in the midst of time. I do know that from this point forwards, we didn't really think about whether we should have an inquiry again while I was at the post office. And certainly if you look at board minutes from the month after that, which have been shared with me, we're not talking about Horizon at all. So it must have played some part in the thinking, but I can't be sure what part.
So I'm looking at the time, and we have to finish Mr. Smith's evidence this morning. There are one set of questions from court participants. I propose at this point not to ask any further questions and hand over to the court participants.
All right, let me unmute myself. Yes, that's fine. Who's going to ask some questions?
It's Hodge Jones Allen team.
Right.
Thank you. Sir, I would invite you to give this witness the warning against self-recrimination.
And I think I'm entitled to be told in very brief terms without making your cross-examination ineffective. The basis for that, and I'm literally asking just for a few sentences, Ms. Page.
We say that the ISME report was a cover-up.
Right, all right. Well, Mr. Smith, under our law, a witness at a public inquiry has the right to decline to answer a question put to him by counsel to the inquiry, or by any other legal representative, or for that matter, put to you by me, if there is a risk that to answer that question would incriminate the witness. The legal principle is known in shorthand form as the privilege against self-incrimination. It's been suggested to me that I should give you a direction about that, and I think it probably is appropriate given what Ms. Page has had to say. It is for you to make clear to me, in respect of any question put to you, that it is your wish to rely upon the privilege against self-incrimination. If therefore Ms. Page, or for that matter me, if I intervene, asks you any questions which you do not wish to answer, on the ground that to answer such questions might incriminate you, you must tell me immediately after such question is put to you. At that point I will consider your objection to answering the question, and thereafter rule upon whether your objection should be upheld. Mr. Smith, are you assisted by a solicitor or barrister in the hearing room today?
So yes, I am.
Right. So if the point arises where you wish to take advice about a question, please alert me to that, and then I will afford you the opportunity of taking advice, and then we'll go from there. So do you understand all that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Page.
Thank you.
If it's the case may be.
Thank you. So you've heard what I've already said. I don't propose to go over the ISME report in any greater detail. But in short, the first question I ask is whether you deliberately had your team produce a report for you which would cover up the fact that you knew, and everyone in your senior leadership team knew, that Horizon's integrity was very much in doubt, and that you wanted to cover that up.
No, absolutely not.
Well then, if I may, I'm going to ask some questions about the Seema Misra trial in that case. This inquiry has seen a document which shows that not long before the trial, there was a meeting between Post Office and Fujitsu in which the receipts and payments mismatch bug was discussed. Have you seen any of the evidence or seen that document? You should have seen the document.
I have seen the document around the bugs and mismatch report, yes.
And Gareth Jenkins, a witness at Seema Misra's trial, was in that meeting. Have you seen that?
I believe you, I believe.
And various options for resolving that bug were discussed, one of which made it perfectly plain that Fujitsu had the power to remotely alter branch accounts. That was put forward as a way to resolve the consequences of the receipts and payments mismatch bug. Did you see that?
Yes, I did see that.
Now, your legal department, your criminal law team, knew about that on the Friday before Mrs. Misra's trial started on the Monday, because we have evidence which shows that that document that you've read was emailed to them, and it was printed out by John L. Singh on the Friday before the Monday start. What sort of culture were you presiding over where a legal department receives evidence of a bug in a trial which was about Horizon, and they do not disclose that bug? What sort of culture were you presiding over?
Firstly, to say that the only reason that I know about the bug in mismatch report is because it was presented to me in the bundles that I've seen. So at the time I was unaware. It's also fair to say that it was not pulled out in the ISMA report as one of the Horizon bugs. The others were listed, but it was not, so I was not aware of it. And I did not know until you have just told me that Mr. Jarnell had the information that you have laid out at the time that he had it. In terms of the culture of the organisation, I'm shocked and frankly appalled if that is in fact the sequence of events. And I didn't know about it.
Well, one of the points that was made in the ISMA report was that there were no backdoors into Horizon accounts. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you know about the fact that your staff, a little bit after the report was finished, sent emails to one another, including to Rod Ismay, in which they said that they knew about the backdoors? They knew about the backdoors because of that meeting about the receipts and payments mismatch bug. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know any of this.
Nevertheless, during the trial, as we've seen, because of your response to the famous bandwagon email, you were keeping an eye on that trial, weren't you?
Only in overview terms, I didn't know anything about the detail of the case.
Well, let's bring it up again. It won't take long. This is the last thing we need to look at. Poll 0016 9170. So, if we just look at that second paragraph from Rod Ismay, Dave and the ET, that's the executive team, isn't it?
Yes.
Have been aware of the significance of these challenges. That meant challenges to Horizon, didn't it?
I think so, yes.
And have been supportive of the excellent work going on in so many teams to justify the confidence that we have in Horizon and in our supporting processes. So this trial was being used, wasn't it? It was being used not as a criminal trial to determine whether somebody was guilty or not guilty of a crime, but it was being used to justify the confidence that you had in Horizon.
No, that's not the case. It was being carried out through the normal course of events.
Why then did Mr. Ismay, the man that you say was in high regard across the business and you therefore chose him to write your report, why was he saying that the excellent work in that trial was to justify the confidence that we, Pol, have in Horizon?
I don't know that as yet. I don't know why he chose those words.
In the aftermath of the Ismay report, this trial of Seema Misra was being actively used by Post Office as part of your campaign to claim that Horizon was robust, wasn't it?
I don't believe so, no.
You were deliberately closing your eyes to problems with the integrity of Horizon data, weren't you?
No.
And you were encouraging your staff to pursue a trial as another method of shoring up a problem system which you knew had serious question marks over it.
Absolutely not. As I said to you before, the Seema Misra case started long before I joined the business.
And you were watching it closely, weren't you?
We were watching it, yes.
And you were encouraging your staff to pursue that trial as a test of Horizon.
Not to pursue it as a test of Horizon, no, to pursue it if it was appropriate to do so, like all other cases.
Thank you, those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Page. And that's it, is it, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir, that is it.
Right, thank you, Mr. Smith, for making a witness statement and for answering all the questions to you. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Right, we'll adjourn until, if we give ourselves a full hour, 2:05, we should get through the afternoon, Mr. Stevens, yeah?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Fine, that's what we'll do.
6300100, page 10, paragraph 39.
Of the Horizon system, and it had come through that. And so those are the fundamental reasons.
Could we bring up the ISMO report, please? The reference is POL 0010129. Seems a test case. What, if any, steps did you take to oversee the conduct of that case by Post Office Limited?
Well, you may recall that the case started sometime before.
Your career history is set out in your statement at length, and for today's purpose, I think all we need to know is that you were the Senior Non-Executive Director of Royal Mail Holdings in January 2003 until August 2007, is that right?
Correct.
And also the Chairman of Post Office Limited from May 2003 to March 2007.
Correct.
Thank you. Could I ask, if possible, for you to come slightly closer to the microphone?
Correct.
Thank you. After leaving Royal Mail and Post Office, you held a variety of positions. You were Deputy Chairman of TUI Travel until 2000.
Financially viable for the Post Office company. And
how-
obviously that would have fed into Royal Mail Holdings.
And how do the two boards relate in respect of that?
Right, the Post Office board reported into the Royal Mail Holdings board, and both the Chief Executive and the Chairman of Post Office were on the Royal Mail board.
Thank you. And we'll see in due course some minutes of various board meetings from both Post Office Limited and Royal Mail Holdings. I want to ask you some general questions about the governance of Post Office Limited. And I'm going to start in respect of board composition and various committees. Could we bring up onto screen poll 004234140, please? Poll 004234140. Thank you very much. I believe this is your first board meeting as non-executive chairman of Post Office Limited.
Correct.
Just pausing at the very beginning, actually, where you're listed as non-executive chairman, can you assist us with why you were a non-executive chairman as opposed to an executive chairman?
Just basically that was the title that I had when I started. I don't think there was anything specific. It was just that we were part of the Royal Mail Board's non-executive team, and that just naturally carried down to Post Office.
Thank you. Can you take us through, if we zoom out slightly, the general composition of the board when you first joined, in terms of executives, non-executives?
Would it be helpful if I discuss what the company was looking like?
Absolutely.
Because it wasn't a fully integrated company. it still was taking significant numbers of services from Royal Mail. So I think that's quite an important point to make before I get into the individuals.
And why is it?
Basically because we were part of an integrated company, and one of the reasons that they wanted someone like myself to join as chairman of the post office was the thought that in the next 3 or 4 years that the Royal Mail letters business would be privatised, and you would then need to build up this separate post office company, not just to be what it was of the day, but to eventually bring in and on board all of the other aspects of services that the Royal Mail supplied and bring in full traditional corporate governance.
So at this stage, May 2003, was it a company without full traditional corporate governance?
Absolutely. There were no non-executive directors other than Alan Leighton, and for a brief period of time there was Elmer Toynbee who was doing an assignment with Royal Mail from New Zealand.
Thank you. So Michael, could I ask, if possible, for you to speak slightly louder, if it's possible? We see on the board there apologies from the, for example, the chairman and the executive deputy chairman of Royal Mail Holdings. Did they automatically have a seat on the board of the Post Office Limited? And was it regular that they would attend or not attend?
I think David Mills was always there, and Alan attended for quite a lot of the time.
And was that one way in which there could be feedback from the developments of the Post Office Limited to the Royal Mail Holdings, or was there some other route to...
I think it was two things. I think one, yes, feedback back to Royal Mail Holdings, but I think Alan was quite keen to have a direct input into the Post Office as well.
Thank you. We can zoom out of that. I'm going to bring up on the screen, and perhaps actually at the same time, but side by side, some minutes from later in your time at the Post Office Limited. Can we look at poll 000219495, please? Thank you very much. So that's from October 2006. If it's possible to have those both on screen side by side, please. Thank you very much. And perhaps if we're able to zoom into the top half of both of those pages. Slightly more if possible, sorry.
That's okay.
If we could zoom out slightly, so that it has the full list of those present. Can you assist us with any significant changes that occurred in respect of the composition of the board between, say, 2003 and 2006, or even when you left?
Well, the most significant change was the change in chief executive. David Mills retired at the end of 2005, and Alan Cook joined in, I think it was March 2006. So that's the biggest change. But in addition, there have been several other retirements. So David Miller had left operations, and we had new people on board there. We had, there was a new personnel director in the resources. So there was a significant amount of change over that, what is 3.5 year period.
So taking Alan Cook, he was brought on originally as a non-executive director, but by 2006 he had become managing director. By 2006, was the board any different in terms of non-executive directors, or was it similarly an executive-led board?
It was basically still an executive-led board. We had in the interim, we had Brian Goggin, who was the chief executive of the Bank of Ireland, on the board as a non-exec for about a 2 year period.
And can you assist us with the reasons behind that? Was it something at that particular time that was routine, or was that something that was special to the Post Office, or a little bit different?
The Post Office had never had a non-executive director before I'd actually joined it. We took Alan Cook on as a non-exec because I thought we desperately needed some real-time, live, experienced person for selling financial services, which was the big business we were actually entering. And that's why we hired Alan Cook as a non-executive director. And also with a little bit of hope that he might eventually become the chief executive. Because again, I felt it was really important that we had someone who was very experienced, knowledgeable about selling financial services. He also had another very important feature, and that is he had been well known to government and well respected by government.
we often see nowadays senior independent directors. Was that a thought that was considered in respect of the composition of the Post Office Board?
Not at that time, but that was in the back of my mind all the time, because one of the reasons that it was important that I had joined when I did was I, in the 18 months run up to any form of privatisation, would have to decide, first of all, what kind of corporate governance structure we needed for the Post Office going forward, and also what kind of individual experience would be helpful so that we would be ready to set up a high-quality standalone business.
And you see here also, on the left-hand side, we have the chairman and executive deputy chairman of Royal Mail Holdings. By 2006, it seems to be the chairman of the Royal Mail Group. Can you assist us with that at all?
I don't think that is significant. I think that it's just the way the secretary noted the minutes.
Thank you. We have Alan Barry listed as IT director. And that's on the left-hand side. I believe he left in 2004.
Yep.
But we later see on the right-hand side David Smith as IT delivery director. That's not the David Smith that is in this phase. We heard from we know him as X Smith because his email address is listed as David X Smith, and he was the IT delivery director. Is there a difference there? So in 2003, it looks as though you had an information technology director as a full member of the board, whereas by 2006, it seems as though the IT delivery director, David Smith, was only in attendance rather than a full member.
I think that's true.
We do see, however, Rick Francis, you can see apologies on the right-hand side, who is the operations director, and he seems to be a full member.
Yeah, and he took over really the day-to-day management of IT.
So are we to read into this that actually the information technology director was replaced at a higher level by a new operations director?
Well, the operations director was really replacing the old Dave Miller role.
So that was the chief operating officer?
Yeah.
So he had a much wider remit than just the delivery of information technology. Can you see the issue with that, in that presumably the information technology director has a more hands-on dealings with, say, the Horizon system than possibly somebody at a higher level of operations director?
I mean, that's a fair comment, but I think everybody had quite a high degree of confidence in David Smith. And then it would be really up to Alan Cook as he came in to decide whether he wanted to make more changes to the board.
On the right-hand side, you're now listed as chairman rather than non-executive chairman. Was there a formal change over that period, or is that, again, just the minutes? But looking at the structure both in 2003 and later on, do you consider that the structure of the board of Post Office Limited provided sufficient challenge to the executives?
I think there was a fair bit of challenge on this board, but also the Post Office Chief Executive and myself were challenged quite strongly on things at the Royal Mail Holdings Board, because it was quite a significant subsidiary of Holdings Board. So there was definitely some external challenge to what was going on.
And whose job was it in particular to feed back to the Royal Mail Holdings Board?
Basically, there was if I remember correctly, there was a chief executive's report to each of the Royal Mail Holdings Board meetings.
So in terms of responsibility, I know that both of you, that the chairman and the chief executive attended that board. Did you principally see it as the chief executive's role to feed back rather than your role?
But he would be reporting back in much more detail.
Can you assist us also with the dynamics between the various individuals involved? Were certain members more active or more open or more able in the list that we see here? Do you have any particular concerns about any of those individuals?
And Peter Corbett was always a very solid finance director and always very sensible. We had split, I think, the sales and the operations director because we were feeling we desperately needed more input to sell for new financial services. But generally speaking, I would say that it was a relatively harmonious team who were working very solidly through the key objectives that we actually had. And the main objective was to have a credible plan for government by the end of 2006 for future funding. And that was the main focus of the board, and had been the main focus of the board over the previous 3 years.
And how would you describe your approach to your style of chairmanship of this particular board? Was it, were the meetings, for example, very prescribed, were they very open, free rule, or something else?
The meetings were clearly geared around achieving the core objectives that we had. So if you go back to the beginning, then the core objectives we had were to do the first round of post office rationalisation, to reduce the loss-making Crown Office branches, to judge over that period of time, by myself, the quality of the management, and as I say, to generally reduce costs over the operation. And those objectives stayed pretty much the same over the period. And I think we'll see a common theme with the big new theme coming in, which was the introduction of financial services.
So the overall theme being reducing costs, increasing profitability.
And introducing new products, because we were at the time when the traditional product streams that were going through the post office were dying. So, we knew that eventually pensions would be paid directly into pensions bank accounts. The things like the TV licences, the car licences, a whole range of the traditional products were actually moving away from the traditional post office. So it was absolutely vital that new services were brought in if there was to be any form of viable future.
We'll see in due course some serious problems expressed at the board level about the solvency in 2006. Was that heightened in 2006, or was it a constant theme throughout?
It was a constant theme throughout the whole period, where the directors had to constantly be looking at this for fear of becoming vulnerable themselves for overtrading and being liable for creditors.
When you started in your role, I think you were told that it was going to take 2 days a week to act as chairman of the board. Whilst you were chairman, you were also involved in a number of other companies. You were non-executive director of something called FKI PLC, which is an engineering and manufacturing company, until July 2008. Is that right?
Yes.
You were a board member of Transport for London and chairman of their finance committee between 2001 and 2012.
Yep.
Non-executive director of First Choice Holidays, later TUI, including as chairman from March 2004.
Yep.
Non-executive director of Dublin Airport between 2004 and 2010.
Yep.
The Post Office Limited nominated director on the board of Bank of Ireland because of that link between the two, between May 2004 and July 2006. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Taking, for example, the role at First Choice Holidays, how many days a week did you tend to dedicate to that role?
Basically, the First Choice Holidays was a unique situation insofar as I really only needed to dedicate a day a week because we had a very unique situation that worked very well, in that we had a lot of non-executive directors that had proper jobs during the week. And one of the things that we did was, before the board meeting, we would actually always have a non-executive directors dinner, which enabled the non-executive directors to discuss offline all of the kind of issues that they thought we needed to be addressing at the board. And then the next day we would actually have the board meeting with all the committees, so that these non-executive directors were effectively only taking out 1 day for the process. And then in addition to that, I always had a dinner 10 days before the board meeting with the chief executive to get up to speed with what was going on and to decide the issues we need to put forward for the next board.
Just pausing you there, in respect to the post office, we've seen a lot of formal board minutes and committee minutes. Things like dinners and social meetings, do they take place with, for example, the chief executive of post office?
Not on a regular basis. Occasionally we would have a dinner, but basically no.
Was most of your business on the post office done in the formal structures of committees, boards? Yes. Do you consider, given the large number of other involvements that you had at the time, that you had enough time to dedicate to the role of chairman?
Well, I thought at the time I did. I thought that I had planned my workload so that I had between the 3/4 of a day and a day a week spare, because I knew things would turn up. They always turn up. And that was where I was able to fit in the non-executive role of the Bank of Ireland, because otherwise I couldn't have done it.
And do you think a part-time chairman was the right approach for the post office during this period?
Given what people knew at the time, yes.
And how do you distinguish that from what people know now?
Well, I guess the kind of big issues with Horizon, which just were not known.
So do you think a full-time chairmanship would have made a difference in that respect? Or could have made a difference?
I mean, it could possibly have made a difference. I can't say definitely.
What is it that you would have done personally differently if you had been a full-time chairman of the post office?
I think, based on the information that we actually had at the time, I would probably have spent more time with the joint venture company between the Bank of Ireland and Post Office for developing the financial services, because that was the key product, and that was where we had the problems.
Thank you. Those can come down. I'm going to ask you about committees. You said in your statement at paragraph 31 that Post Office didn't have any of its own subcommittees when you joined, and you introduced the Risk and Compliance Committee, and you say that wasn't unusual for a subsidiary. Is that right, even in respect of a subsidiary of the size of Post Office Limited?
I think if you look at things like a nominations committee, remuneration committee, they can be done through a committee based on something the size of the Royal Mail Holdings. But I think, again, when you go down into things like risk and day-to-day stuff, which is why we set up the Risk and Compliance Committee, we should have our own starting point of understanding what we might need going forward.
Did it surprise you that when you joined, the Post Office didn't have that kind of a committee in place?
No, knowing the knowledge of the business when I joined, because the business when I joined was very clearly that each individual company was using the committees of the central services. So remuneration, audit, nominations, for all the conventional board committees. And it was only going to develop its own committees as it went forward. The main lurch forward would have been when we finally got to the point of the privatisation. And in the run-up to the privatisation, that's when the new corporate governance processes would be introduced.
Given the size of the company, though, not necessarily profitability, but certainly national importance, do you think that dealing with things at that higher level, the Royal Mail Holdings level, was actually too high?
Probably. which is why, as I say, we introduced the Risk and Compliance Committee to start looking at things more locally.
How about a company that is involved in the prosecution of people? Do you think that special rules should apply in respect of those kinds of committees?
I think that's fair comment.
Were you aware of the significance of, for example, prosecutions when you joined?
Definitely.
One of the reasons you introduced that committee, you said in your statement, was because the plan was for the Post Office to progress into the financial market and need for greater corporate governance in respect to the financial market. Can you tell us why the financial market aspect was seen as particularly important?
Right, that was very important. Because first of all, it was new products for us, so there was no real history. Secondly, these products were becoming more and more regulated, and each product had to be not only designed to meet the regulation, but sold in a way that matched the approved selling processes for those financial regulated products. And we were looking at bigger and bigger, wider and wider ranges of those products. So in order to keep some form of control, we had to have our own Risk and Compliance Committee purely for financial services.
Does it strike you as interesting that a company would approach its involvement in financial markets as perhaps more serious from a risk perspective than a company that prosecutes people, was involved in the prosecution of people?
I mean, that's very common.
You also say in your statement, paragraph 32, that with privatisation of Royal Mail Holdings, further committees would eventually be required. Why would privatisation change the position?
I think fundamentally the cost base of the business, and obviously setting up your own complete new corporate governance processes was going to be quite expensive. And if you could still use the Royal Mail Holdings ones, then that was a sensible way to go forward until there was clarity of what was going to happen.
Post Office was wholly owned by government. To what extent did you consider the corporate governance rules of, say, a commercially listed company to be applicable to a wholly owned, government-owned company?
Well, the private listed company rules were pretty stringent, and you had to follow pretty strict guidelines. So there was nothing wrong with the corporate governance principles of a PLC. The issue when you were part of government was you needed to get involved in other areas for which the government might want to deviate from a conventional private profit-related company. And the classic case in the case of the Post Office was the funding of the rural network. And so we always were having discussions not just about running the profit side of the business, but also making sure that the social responsibility side of the business could be met.
I hope this isn't too technical a question, but corporate governance rules that apply to private companies such as Financial Reporting Council's combined code, did you see those as applying to Post Office Limited, or was it something different because it was government owned?
I think we were aiming to replicate over time the PLC corporate governance code.
So when you started, did you inherit a company that was or was not closely aligned to those?
In the Post Office?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it didn't have all those corporate governance procedures there.
And by the time you left, do you consider that there was an improvement, and how significant was that improvement?
Well, there was an improvement insofar as we had the Risk and Compliance Committee, which was the basis of moving forward, and that committee was evolving all the time as we tried to broaden its scope. So that was the start, but it could by no means be the end.
And so are we to take it that you didn't see that kind of committee as mandatory, but you were building it up in order to try and closely replicate the private sector? Yes. Yeah,
and also that we knew we would absolutely have to have it in maybe 1-2 years' time. So getting it going sooner rather than later was a sensible proposition.
What difference did you see in respect to the governance of a publicly listed company and a publicly owned company?
I need to think through that in 2 stages. The first stage was that Post Office was not, as I say, a fully fledged company, so didn't have a suite of corporate governance processes that you would have expected to see in a PLC. So that is a fairly significant difference from when you start. When you move to the next stage, when that's all set up, then I think the only major difference would be if you're fully owned by the government, then obviously you have one shareholder to agree your corporate strategy with. So that is quite different from the private sector.
And what role did you see for government and for the civil service playing in that overall government picture?
Well, the biggest role for the Post Office was really twofold. One, there was this whole question about funding the social network, which was an absolutely crucial part of the debate and discussions with government. And then the second issue, which you referred to earlier, which comes up time and time again, is given that we would require money from the government going forward, then there was constant debate about how could we actually get the money, what security did we actually have over the commitments, and how did that result in the issues we had to face with day-to-day trading.
And what, if any, conflicts of interest did you see in the ownership of the Post Office by the government?
I don't think there was any particular conflict. I'll be honest, I never thought it was ever going to be a private company. I thought it would be a standalone, fully government-owned company.
And why do you think that?
I thought that the social issues surrounding the size of the network were probably never going to go away, and were always going to be up for constant debate. And when you need a substantial sum of money, other than from private markets who can see a return, you're always going to be vulnerable. And that never struck me as being a thing that would be capable of being a private company.
I want to talk about prosecutions and the Horizon system. And we're going to come back and look at specifics. But where do you consider oversight and accountability in respect of the investigation and prosecution functions to lie within the company?
I think there was an underlying assumption that there was a secure chain with several people's involvement, insofar as everybody at the time thought Horizon data was accurate. You then had the audit process. You then had line management who had to make a decision. There was then a separate investigation process, and then finally there was a legal process if it got that far. So there were many people in the chain that needed to be convinced that the process was reasonable.
Was there a specific mechanism for feedback to the board or to the chair in respect of the investigation and prosecution function?
No, there wasn't.
Who would you have expected to have fed back to the board in respect of that function?
I would have expected the chief operating officer and the chief executive to have reported that back.
Same question, but for contractual and personnel management of sub-postmasters, and so where do you consider the oversight and accountability for those to lie?
Well, that was clearly in the chief operating officer's area.
And again, was there a specific mechanism for feeding back, or was that?
That was very much dedicated.
And where do you consider oversight and accountability for issues relating to the Horizon system itself to lie?
That would be with the post office board.
The post office board?
Yeah.
And do you recall any specific mechanisms for reporting and feeding back on that to the board?
There were constant reports to the board on how the system needed to be developed going forward, and there were kind of three phases there. There were lots of individual projects that would come up, like for example, I remember the foreign exchange had been done on a separate terminal, and we wanted to get it onto the Horizon terminal, so there was a project that asked for money to do that, and that was not unusual to get products doing that. There was then the two major projects which actually occurred during my period. Well, one occurred and one was being planned. One was Impact, and then the other was the Next Generation. So there was a lot of feedback to the board generally about Horizon, but mainly on a forward-looking basis, because, as I say, there was a very strongly held view that Horizon was good.
And who was it that you would expect to feed back to the board in respect of that information?
Well, that would be both the IT director in the early days, then the IT director and the operations guy, and then also the finance director.
And why the finance director?
Well, because he really was the main driver behind the Impact project.
Putting those three together, did the board, so far as you recall, ever receive notice of concerns about prosecutions relating to Horizon or problems with the Horizon system itself?
I was not made aware of it.
I'd just like to read paragraph 38.1 of your statement, which addresses the legal department. It says, I do not believe the board had direct oversight or involvement with the legal department, and I do not recall the structure of the legal team. This was ultimately the responsibility of the CEO and COO. We saw when we started today the board composition. It doesn't seem as though there was what you might say nowadays a general counsel or someone of an equivalent position. Was there, in your view, any gap in relation to oversight of the legal department of the Post Office?
I think there was, and I think that was part of the fact that some of the functions remain central.
Can you expand on that, please?
I think we had a subset of the Royal Mail legal department.
And what was the problem with that?
I think then it wasn't represented on its own right on the whole board.
And did that change at all during your time? Was that something you were aware of at the time, or is that looking back now?
I think more looking back.
More broadly, how would you see the experience of sub-postmasters reach board level? Was there data collection surveys, one-on-one discussions with, for example, the NFSP or the CWU?
There were, as far as I'm aware, regular discussions of the operations team with the NFSP, and one would have assumed that if they had big problems, they would have been feeding back, which I was not aware of.
Was there any way to directly feed back the experience of sub-postmasters, for example?
I'm not aware of surveys that were done.
Do you think in some way that might have been affected by the nature of the contract with sub-postmasters, where, for example, a sub-postmaster wasn't necessarily considered to be an employee of Post Office and they weren't necessarily treated in the same way? They were something else, something outside of...
We were certainly doing very big surveys of our own internal staff, and you'll probably see all the way through both Royal Mail and the Post Office board the have your say results. As far as I know, they were not done with the external postmasters.
And can you assist us with really how the board saw sub-postmasters and saw the role of the sub-postmaster?
I think the board saw the role of the postmasters as a very important part of the overall package. They were going to be very important in actually selling the financial services that we hoped would form the basis of the company's future profitability. they were also crucial in supporting the social obligations that the post office had. So I think they were a pretty important part of the business.
And in those circumstances, you said that there was a lot of feedback provided by employees of the post office. In circumstances where sub-postmasters were seen as important, why do you think it was that there wasn't that level of feedback being obtained from sub-postmasters?
I can't answer that question properly because it wasn't discussed at the time. But I personally think that it was because people saw the sub-postmasters as highly motivated individual businesses, whereas our employees, we had a major responsibility to motivate them. And with all of the headcount reductions that were taking place, obviously morale was quite a challenge, and we were constantly trying to keep in touch with how we felt the vast majority of the staff felt.
If I may pick up on a particular word that you used, you said businesses. Was it that sub-postmasters were seen as businesses rather than individuals, humans?
I think they were probably, yeah.
I'm going to move on to the Risk and Compliance Committee that you've set up. And I'd like to start with some board minutes that refer to its establishment. Can we look at poll 0002146? This is a board meeting of the 15th of December 2004. We see there, just while we're on this page, we can see David Smith, David X. Smith, Delivery Director, Acting IT Director at that stage. Can we turn to page 6, please? I'm just going to read to you from the bottom of that page and to the next page. This refers to the Risk and Compliance Committee being established. Peter Corbett provided a short presentation to highlight the work of the newly formed Risk and Compliance Committee, and then it goes on to show the various things that the board noted. The Risk and Compliance Committee was chaired by Sir Michael Hodgkinson, and Graham Halliday and David Miller regularly contributed to it. The scope of its activity included audit, compliance, and legal issues. And just pausing there, did you expect that major litigation risks would be raised in this forum?
Not initially, but it's something that one would have expected to move forward as we develop the committee.
And why not initially?
I think just because there was just time to get the thing going. This was an entirely new process. We had entirely new lots of information for them to understand.
So one of its long-term purposes would be to have major litigation risks brought to that committee?
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually. The primary aim was to ensure the service and conformance elements of the business were working together properly. Rod Ismay was working closely with Lynn Hobbs and Tony Marsh to help ensure this was achieved. The next quarterly meeting will be on the 5th of January 2005 to discuss branch control, vital few controls, audit reports, anti-money laundering measures, crime and fraud, and the work of the Group Audit Committee. Then says the Risk and Compliance Committee found that although the overall trend of losses due to fraud had fallen from an annual rate of 29 million to 20 million, this area still represented a significant risk. If there were concerns about Horizon, problems with the integrity of Horizon, was this the committee to bring those kinds of problems to?
It would certainly have been one of the committees. I think if people had thought there were big problems with Horizon, they would have come first of all to the board, but they could also have come and should also have come to this committee.
So would this committee have a wider or narrower remit? You say they should have gone to the board?
Well, I think they would go to both because of the importance.
We see a number of names there: Rod Ismay, Lynn Hobbs, Tony Marsh. Were they tasked with bringing risks to the committee, setting the agenda, or was that somebody else?
They were tasked with bringing, the risks to the committee. The agenda would be set by Peter Corbett and myself, and then each person that attended would have their own rights to talk about what they wanted to talk about, so that we had a fairly open agenda.
We've just recently spoken about the role of sub-postmasters. Where did sub-postmasters, if at all, fit in with the company's consideration of risk? I mean, we see their reference to fraud. Was it concerned principally with the risks that sub-postmasters posed, or did it consider risks to sub-postmasters?
It considered risks to the whole business, so it was considering risks to the company for fraud, which would have included postmasters, but it also included crime risks in other areas of fraud, such as the Crown offices and also the cash and transit network. So it was fairly broad in its thought processes on fraud.
In terms of major projects, so something like Horizon Online, was this a committee that would deal with that, or was there a separate major projects committee?
The Horizon, for example, Impact, that would not have, the way that project would have been approved and developed would not have come through this committee until it was operational.
Was there a separate major projects committee or equivalent?
There was not a separate committee as such, but there were groups of people who were formed to judge committee, projects, viability, etc., and they would then report to the board.
And finally, how about whistleblowing? Where did that fit into the overall picture?
Whistleblowing was just generic, and they would have, any whistleblower would have had the right to blow the whistle to any single board member, me, or whatever they thought would get the best, listening.
But do you recall any particular processes being in place at that time?
No.
Can we please look at poll 00021420, please? These are some minutes from a risk and compliance committee. If we scroll down, please, we can see there at the very bottom of this page. It says, following appointment as Managing Director Alan Cook to resign from this committee. This is the committee that addresses risk. Am I right to say that if you held the position of Managing Director, it wouldn't seem somehow appropriate for you to be on that committee?
Right, there was a big debate which went backwards and forwards as to whether Alan should be off this committee because this committee was independent and governance, or whether he should be on it because all of the stuff that was being talked about was quite important. And eventually, I think the record will show that Alan decided it was important enough for him to continue attending. But there was an iteration where we were debating how appropriate that was, and that's what this refers to.
So ultimately, during the course of your time at the Post Office, the Managing Director, in some capacity, was attending those meetings?
At the beginning, the Managing Director did not attend, so I don't think they would be attending to that. As I say, this would have been Alan's almost first week, and he, I can't remember, did he actually attend? If you scroll down, or up.
If you look at the top, it says he sent his apologies.
Right, okay. But he was actually debating whether he should or should not come.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to some board minutes. Can we please look at poll 00021482, please? We're now on the 19th of June 2003, so this is likely to be the second board meeting that you attended. And we have Alan Barry there as Information Technology Director. So this is at a time when the Information Technology Director was a full board member. It seems, is that right?
Yep.
Do you recall who reported to him? Was it a particular team, individuals, or something else?
I can't remember.
Would you have expected him to have been apprised of any issues with Horizon?
I would think so.
Look over page 2, please. We have Chairman's business, and the second entry there is Horizon, and it says, the Chairman expressed a particular interest in furthering his understanding of the capabilities and limitations of the Horizon system. Meetings will be arranged with the appropriate managers to provide the Chairman with a detailed overview. Can you assist us with why Horizon was a particular interest of yours so early on in your time?
Right, I by that time had formed, based on all the conversations and visits that I had, that in fact Horizon was a well-regarded, well-performing system. However, we were just about to launch into a whole new array of new products, and it didn't necessarily mean, for me coming into the business, that in fact the system was, first of all, capable of adapting to those new products, and secondly, was it suitable for those products. So I said it would be very important for me to at least gain an impression as to whether people in the development of Horizon had actually thought through the future rather than just today. So that was the purpose of this particular question.
We have there Alan Barry's name under action. Was there a number of people that you spoke to about Horizon at this time?
On this particular issue?
Well, it seems as though there's going to be a meeting with appropriate managers. Do you recall who you met with?
Right, the answer is I can't recall who I met with. I assume, but I can't prove it, that Alan Barry set it up. We could not get any minutes from the archive to see who had actually attended, but I do remember that between 3 and 5 people attended this meeting, and that was when they went through their view of what the future capabilities were.
And were they all from the Post Office?
Well, I had thought that there was someone from Fujitsu, but there is no way that we could prove that one way or the other, and that may have not been the case, but that's what I thought.
Now, the way that you've explained it seems to be that the focus is on the future rather than...
That was the future. I wanted to know, because not only were the new products quite different, but if you go down, let's say the system goes down for an hour, with some products it's a nuisance, but if, and you see it all the time, if the banking system goes down, it's a crisis. And given that we were government owned, I wanted to understand whether we not only had the ability of the system itself to handle the new products, but the resilience to actually handle them. So that was the purpose of the questions.
And was it a single meeting, or were there a series of meetings?
That was a single one meeting, if I remember.
Do you recall in the early days of your time as chairman more meetings than this relating to Horizon?
Not that particular issue, as I think I said earlier. Horizon was a constant issue because there were constant requests for money to upgrade the thing to handle this particular new product, that particular new product, and then the big products of Impact and New Generation.
During this particular meeting, or any other meetings around this approximate time, did anybody raise any concerns about the integrity or reliability of Horizon?
No, not at all.
I want to take you chronologically up to 2007, and we'll be looking at some board minutes to see, not just board minutes, but contemporaneous documents, to see the kinds of things that were known to some people within the business. I'd like to start with poll 00028438, please. This is a document that we saw in phase 2 of the inquiry, phase 2 related to the procurement of the Horizon system and the early days of the Horizon system. Sorry, it's not that. Poll 00028439. 39 rather than 38. We have it. This is a letter from Ernst & Young to Mr. Miller. It's dated the 23rd of August 1999. David Miller at that stage, I think, was the managing director of the Post Office Network until 2001, but we heard from him in phase 2. He became the operations director, which in 2004 was renamed the COO. We've seen him appear in a number of those board minutes. I'm just going to read to you a few extracts from this letter. This is at the acceptance testing phase of Horizon. And Ernst & Young wrote in the following terms. They say, as auditors of the Post Office, we've been asked by the Post Office Counters Limited to provide you with our views in respect of certain accounting integrity issues arising from tests performed by Post Office Counters Limited on Horizon data in the live trial. I'll just skip down to where it says the following issue. As described to us by Post Office Counters Limited, gives us concern as to the ability of Post Office Counters Limited to produce statutory accounts to a suitable degree of integrity. We understand that Post Office Counters Limited has attributed a severity rating of high to this matter. Incident 376, data integrity. In order to test the integrity of weekly polling of Horizon cash account transactions, Post Office Counters Limited are reconstructing a weekly total by outlet from daily Horizon pollings. At present, this control test has shown discrepancies in that certain transactions do not record the full set of attributes, and this results in the whole transaction being lost from the daily polling. During your inquiries into Horizon, or at any time, did anybody tell you about the history of the acceptance process, matters such as this, concerns about data integrity during that period?
No, never.
And if we go back, please, to poll 000214882. Thank you very much. These were the minutes of the 19th of June 2003. We see that David Miller, who was the addressee of that Ernst & Young letter, sat on the board as Chief Operating Officer, as a full board member. Is that correct?
Yep.
Can we please look at poll 000214885? These are the board minutes from October 13th, 2004. We again have Mr. Miller attending as a board member. If we could please look at page 10. We have there a presentation relating to Horizon Next Generation business case. David Smith presented the Horizon Next Generation business case to the board, and it details there the presentation that was received by the board. Can we turn over the page to page 13? We have a presentation there under Human Resources. There's a report. The board agreed that in situations where fraud had been perpetrated against the company, the appropriate civil orders would be used immediately and in advance of any criminal proceedings. This would help recovery efforts by ensuring that the assets of those involved in criminal activity were quickly secured. David Miller would verify the current procedures and report back to the board. So did Mr. Miller, who, as we see, is present and involved in matters relating to, for example, criminal proceedings at that board meeting, did he ever raise at those board meetings where the topic of Horizon was addressed any concerns about Horizon integrity, Horizon reliability, or any concerns about the impact or potential impact on prosecutions?
As I say, I never heard any serious concerns about the Horizon integrity raised when I was there at all.
Thank you. I'm going to move on in time to one of our case studies from phase 4, and that's the case of Julie Wolstenholme. Can we please look at WITN 002100101, please? Now, I don't expect you to have looked at this document at all during your time at the post office, but I'm just going to take you to a couple of paragraphs just to give you a flavour of this particular case. This is a joint expert report that was obtained in the case of Mrs. Wolstenholme, and I'm just going to read to you from page 2, please. If we scroll down page 2, Mr. Coyne, the expert, says as follows. He says, this, in my opinion, is not a true representation of the evidence that I have had access to. Of the 90 or so fault logs that I have reviewed, 63 of these are without doubt system-related failures. Only 13 could be considered as Mrs. Wolstenholme calling the wrong support help desk, requesting answers to how do I type training questions. The majority of the system issues were screen locks, freezes, and blue screen errors, which are clearly not the fault of Mrs. Wolstenholme's making, but most probably due to faulty computer hardware, software interfaces, or power. If we scroll down, please, over the page, he gives their further opinion. If we scroll down to the final couple of paragraphs, just to give you a flavour of this case, that the inquiry's heard a lot about already. It says, from the 31st of October, there seems to be a number of logs which talk of large discrepancies in stock figures, trial balances with all sorts of figures showing minus figures. The next paragraph says, although the documents do not list an upgrade taking place, it seems that these large reported discrepancies occur very frequently and shortly after the noted upgrade. If we please go on to POL 001182229. This is again a document that we saw back in the beginning of phase 4 of this inquiry. It's the advice from counsel in that particular case. I'm just going to read you some very short extracts from page 3, please. Counsel says as follows, he summarises the case as follows. Mrs. Wolstenholme has defended the proceedings, claiming that the computer system installed by the Post Office was defective, and this was in fact the cause of losses recorded within her accounts. The next paragraph says the trial of this matter is now a month away. A joint computer expert's report has been obtained. This report concludes from limited records available that the computer system installed by the Post Office did appear defective. If we go over to page 15, please. At the bottom of page 15 has counsel's conclusions. He says, on the basis of the above, it can be concluded that the Post Office claim against Mrs. Wolstenholme will fail, save for her return of the equipment, which she has possibly retained. Her claim against the Post Office in respect of failure to give proper notice is likely to succeed. What is the appropriate course of conduct in these circumstances, particularly given the desire of those instructing me and the Post Office to avoid, if possible, publication of the negative expert's report in the public arena? So it seems as though counsel has been instructed, if possible, to avoid publication of that report that we have just seen. A final document in relation to this matter, can I take you to POL 00142-503, please? And this is an email from Rod Ismay relating to the settlement of that case. You can see the subject legal case, Cleveland's Mrs. Wolstenholme. And he says, in summary, we suspended Mrs. Wolstenholme in 2001 after apparent discrepancies in her cash accounts. We claimed for the value of these losses, and she counterclaimed for loss of earnings. Within her claim was an expert's opinion, which was unfavourable concerning Horizon and Fujitsu. We've lodged £25,000 in court, but Mrs. Wolstenholme has no legal representation and is pursuing the full amount of her claim, £188,000. It goes to court next month. And then it says, summarily, Peter Corbett is on holiday now. So Peter Corbett is the finance director, who we've seen attended board meetings. I'm therefore escalating this to David Miller, again, Chief Operating Officer, also attended board meetings. Do you have a copy of the IT expert's opinion? So both Peter Corbett and David Miller were members of the board. Mr. Miller's evidence to the inquiry is likely to be that he did sign off the settlement of that claim, and he's likely to say that he questioned whether there were problems with Horizon arising from this case and was told by Tony Marsh that there weren't. But did he ever raise, for example, at board level or with you personally, a significant payment relating to a Horizon-related case?
I really don't remember that.
And would you have expected significant settlement sums to have been raised at board level?
I would have thought so.
Can I please turn to POL 00119895, please? We're now moving to December 2005. Again, this is not a document that you would have seen at the time. It is a meeting. The present is Keith Baines. Do you recall Mr. Baines?
I don't recall.
We have Mandy Talbot, who's the litigation team leader. I'm just going to read a few extracts from this document. Findings. It says as follows. There's no generally understood process for identifying emerging cases in which integrity of accounting information produced by Horizon may become an issue. There are a number of channels by which such cases may enter Post Office, and it refers to a chart list, and there is no process for making information about them available to all relevant functions. This increases the risk that different parts of the business may be dealing with the same issue and not coordinating responses. Can we go to the page, please? Paragraph 5 says, to date, the number of cases in which the integrity of Horizon data has been an issue is small. However, recent correspondence in the sub-postmaster may well cause an increase. Also, there may also be an effect from the introduction of transaction corrections replacing error notices. If we scroll down, please, to paragraph 8. It says, if all potential cases were to require Horizon data to be analysed early in the process, then the workload would be considerable, and much would later prove unnecessary. Currently, there are around 12 suspensions per week, and a significant proportion of them will relate to financial discrepancies. Most of these are subsequently settled by agreement or are not contested. Where a case does go to court, it is essential that Post Office is able to refute any suggestion that Horizon is unreliable in general, or that it could have caused specific losses to the sub-postmaster bringing the case. The evidence needed for these 2 points will be different. Just pausing there, it seems from a reading of this document that there are a growing number of cases relating to Horizon, and there is a concern amongst the business to coordinate those and to assure that the Post Office is able to refute any suggestion that Horizon is unreliable. Do you agree with that as a fair summary?
That's what this seems to say.
And if we go over the page, please, to page 3. Recommendations: a coordination role should be established to maintain a list of all current civil cases and potential civil cases where accuracy of Horizon accounting information may be an issue, and ensure that all relevant business functions are made aware of these cases. If we scroll over, please, to page 5, we have there under specific actions, it says KB, that's Keith Baines, to brief Dave Smith on the meeting's recommendations. That's David X. Smith, who we saw previously regularly attended board meetings. Can we please also look at RMG 0000131? These are minutes of the board meeting. This is 2 months earlier, so October the 19th, 2005. We see if we scroll down, we have the names David Rochel and David Smith, IT Delivery Director. If we turn to page 9, there, halfway down, there's a presentation to the board on a Horizon proposition. It says Rick Francis introduced Dave Smith and Ian O'Driscoll. A presentation was provided on the Horizon Next Generation, and it notes various things from the board. So around the time, slightly before that meeting that we just saw, Mr. Smith was presenting to the board on matters relating to Horizon. Did Mr. Smith ever raise any concerns with Horizon integrity, Horizon reliability, or the growing number of cases challenging Horizon, either with the board or with you personally?
No, I don't think so.
While we're on this document, if we could just turn to the first page, we see there the name Rick Francis, now Operations Director, as a full member of the board. That's October 2005. Can we please look at poll 0008198, please? Now, this is a series of emails, again, not ones that you would have seen at all. Can we please look at page 5? We're in February 2006. If we zoom out slightly, we can see that this is an email chain, and on that chain we have somebody called Gary Blackburn, who is listed as Resolutions Manager Operations, and also if we scroll down the page, we have Lynn Fallowfield, Problem Manager Operations. Would they have fit, I took you just now to Rick Francis, Operations Director, were those roles we see there as operations, do they fit under him?
Could you go back to the previous one?
The previous document or
the previous name?
Previous name, yes. If we scroll up, it's Gary Blackburn, Resolution Manager, Post Office Limited Operations.
I'm honestly not sure where they would have figured in the organisation.
If Rick Francis' title was Operations Director, is it likely or unlikely that they would have fit under him, or are you not able to assist?
I honestly can't answer that question. I don't know. They could be in finance, but I just don't know.
Would they be reporting to somebody who attended the board in some way?
They would certainly be part of a chain of people reporting to the board, but they may not have been the immediate next report.
Who is, in your view, the likely board member that they would have reported to, or are you not able to assist?
I honestly can't tell you. I really don't know. I don't recognise the names.
Well, if we scroll over the page, I'm just going to briefly read to you from this email chain. It's one that the inquiry has seen before. It relates to what's known as the calendar square bug. And this is an email from Chambers. And it relates to a problem at the calendar square branch. And Anne Chambers says as follows. She says, haven't looked at the recent evidence, but I know in the past this site had hit this riposte and locked the problem 2 or 3 times within a few weeks. This problem has been around for years and affects a number of sites most weeks. And finally, Isha say that they have done something about it. I'm interested in whether they really have fixed it, which is why I left the call open to remind me to check over the whole estate once S90, that's a particular release, it's live. Call me cynical, but I do not just accept a third party's word that they fixed something. What I never got to the bottom of, having usually had more pressing things to do, was why this outlet was particularly prone to the problem. Possibly because they follow some particular procedure, sequence, which makes it more likely to happen. This could still be worth investigating, especially if they have continuing problems, but I don't think it's worthwhile until that particular fix has taken place. And she says, please note that the known error logs tell the help desk that they must contact sites and warn them of balancing problems if they notice the event storms caused by the held lock and advise them to reboot the affected counter before continuing with the balance. Unfortunately, in practice, it seems to take SMC several hours to notice these storms, by which time the damage may have been done. If we scroll over the page very, very briefly, at the bottom of that page, there's an exchange there that refers to various reports that have been made, and it says at the bottom of this email, read the magical £43,000 appearing and disappearing. The postmaster is male. He reports, you may recall that in September, the above office had major problems with the Horizon system relating to transfers between stock units. The sub-postmaster has reported that he is again experiencing problems with transfers, which resulted in a loss of around £43,000, which subsequently rectified itself. The sub-postmaster is concerned, etc. Now, I certainly don't expect you to have seen this particular correspondence, but just like my questions related to Mr. Miller and Mr. Smith, did Mr. Francis or whoever may have been the ultimate line manager to those individuals in the operations department ever raise any concerns about the integrity or reliability of Horizon with the board at this particular time.
Yep.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Smith, Mr. Francis, all attending board meetings, no mention of Horizon integrity or reliability issues, no mention of the growing number of court cases that we've seen. What do you think went wrong in terms of the ability to report these kinds of things to the board?
It's difficult to answer that question. One would have thought they would have been reporting those kind of things, but they didn't, and I can't give an answer.
Thinking about the documents you've seen, the experience you've had subsequently, is there something in particular that you can pinpoint that you think went wrong in that reporting line to the board?
Well, there were 3 people involved, as you said, so you'd have thought that one way or the other it would have got to the board. I just got no idea.
So might that be an appropriate moment to take our mid-afternoon break?
Yes, of course. So, Michael, just pursuing one aspect of that, I can understand how the more senior these people are, the more discretion they may have to act, and they make a judgment about whether to bring things to the board, etc. But going back to Mrs. Winston-Loan's case, where she is claiming £188,000 from the post office, which in 2003-4 is a substantial amount of money. And I don't know precisely how much Mrs. Wilson was paid, but all the indications are it was a very significant sum of money. I'm intrigued as to how that could have happened without the board being involved. Can you help me with that?
I've got no idea. I would agree with you. It was a very large sum of money in any day, and particularly in those days. I mean, you can speculate, but I can't.
Right, but that's fine. But am I right in thinking that in terms of corporate governance, it should have been brought to the attention of the board and signed off at that level?
A potential legal case of that size, in my opinion, should have been reported to the board.
Fine, thank you. All right, yes, let's have our break, Mr. Blake. What time?
Thank you very much. If you could return at 4:45, please.
Yeah, fine.
yet processing all transactions correctly. And so at the end state of POL FS ledgers, which automatically interface to the main business account, have not